Audio. Correct it up just slightly. Hopefully, it's not too bad. And welcome back to the stream. My name is Keith. Go online by the name of Ufgood. That's U silent H F G O O D. It is not UHF good. So don't give me no cracks about BHF bad. Okay. So, oh look, I gotta. Well, I'll get to that later. I'm always having updates here. Um, let's see. My ear's still kind of messed up, but it's a lot better. I can hear a lot out of it a lot better. Um. Okay. Let me hear. Let me hear. What's my volume at? Oh, that's why. Yeah, let's turn the mic back down a little bit. Okay. I mean, it's still not that much of a difference, but anywho. So, okay, so what's different about today? Um, actually, let me do something here real quick. Be right back. Oh, I'm actually still here. It's just I wanted to kind of clean things up a little bit back here. You can't really tell how messy my room is. I mean, you can already tell somewhat because of my desk, or not desk, but my dresser here got a bunch of crap on it. Uh, yeah, I know. This is not part of making a game. Give me just a quick sec. Just a quick sec. Uh, Not that anybody's watching anyway, so it's probably moot. Eh. But I'll just be courteous anyways, because it does go on to the stream, and it stays there, as far as I know, until YouTube or Rumble go belly up, or decide to remove my account for some strange reason. Okay, let's go back, and instead of webcam, let's go to the desktop. Okay, here are blank desktop. Okay, so yeah, again a little bit late, like always. I mean, so what else is new, right? I'm gonna keep trying though. I'm gonna keep trying. Keep trying to be on time. Anywho, okay, so what I'm gonna do today is a little bit different. Let me see. What do I want to start with first? I decided that because I wasn't getting anywhere with the layout, I'm not gonna stop doing the layout. We're gonna get that working so that I can quickly and easily edit and make rooms without having to edit the text the at the JSON directly. Uh, so um, I figure was that my phone? No, that was not my phone. I don't know what that was. I thought I heard something. Okay, so I'm not making any progress doing this layout thing, trying to get it to work correctly. And I actually asked Grok again. I know I'm still using Grok because I'm paying for it right now. Um, so um, what was I saying? Oh yeah. I asked Grok again, and I asked it externally, and gave it a few little details, and it come up with some code, some sample code that's not actually based on the code, that existing code. So I was thinking maybe that might help. Maybe you could come up with something if it was doing it based off of its own thing instead of whatever I provided to it. And I might implement that today. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about doing that, or I'm thinking about maybe trying to go about it a different way. I'm thinking a lot about a lot of things. For instance, here, let's go ahead and open Redot. Anyways, go to dev stuff. Let's go to Redot. Oh, somebody was telling me maybe I should do that. I was talking to, well, I was on X. In fact, uh, let's do something real quick. Oops. Oh, where's my browser window? The blank one? Okay, the blank one there. I'm just gonna bring this over here. Notifications here. I guess I got two new notifications. And okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, so they just posted it. Chuck Norris must be Popeye's long lost son. Yeah, I was actually replying to this little clip of a cartoon here. Let's go to the post. Um, of course, the sound's not on, but if you're looking at how Popeye does stuff, he's building a skyscraper or something, or building a ship, I think. Building a ship, that's right. And I just commented, Chuck Norris must be Popeye's long lost son. See, watch what he does here. He draws the holes there, and then he turns that cannon into a squiggle, and it makes all the holes, all the portholes. Hmm. He's sitting there crocheting the anchor chain. There we go. And then he puts the propeller on there. I see paint. He's doing a paint job, a quick paint job. See, shuffling plates, metal plates like they were cards. Anyways, that's not really important. I just thought it was funny. Okay, so I left a comment. Um, uh, Actually, somebody liked my comment. The actual comment was they were talking about their update because they have their new update. In fact, they have 4.3 stable. They have experimental, and then which I guess they're gonna try to put in a few things from the Godot experimental or something. Godot 4.5 whatever branch that that they don't have out yet. And I guess there were some bugs with 4.4, and so they decided that they were going to work on Redot 4.4 when those bugs get kind of ironed out. And then later on, there's a post that said that a lot of the bugs are ironed out. So I don't know where they're exactly at, but maybe they're close to working on 4.4. But so I said I don't know where to post this. Seems like if I scroll away from cursor position and scripting window and then tab out and back, it always jumps back to the cursor instead of keeping the window position where I left it. And then I told him right now I'm using 4.3 RC4. And then he replied, I'm assuming it's a he, it might not be he, but I think it's a he. Uh, Replied, where's it at? Where did it go? Redot. Okay, fine. Yeah. Coming along. Okay. Any oh, anyways, right, that was what I posted above, and then the Redot engine X accounts replied, you should definitely check out 4.3 stable and see if your results are the same. Also, it would help to try Godot 4.3 and see if it happens there so we can narrow it down. Yeah. I could probably do Godot 4.3. I almost think I have it here somewhere. I keep thinking, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I got rid of it, or maybe I didn't keep it or something. Um, check out 4.3 to see if the results are the same. So I'm thinking maybe I should do that. Redot, redotengine.org. So let's do, okay, let's, now stable, 4.3 stable. An input stage has been added to the physics system to handle events that were unused during the physics picking stage. AStar Grid 2D now allows for searching smaller sections of the world. Color picker can now use overbright values, allowing for brighter and more vibrant colors. The performance of the string types replacement operations have been improved. WebSockets have been improved by ensuring the data isn't lost between the client and server. Pixel snapping has been set to use canvas space, world space, converting from world space to view space. Next comprehensive list of impactful changes just to highlight. Okay, and then they're talking about the feature stuff. So let's go to download. And I don't even know if I can just use it straight out, maybe. Or if I have to do some sort of fancy thing to port it. So let's just see what we got here. Download now. Stable version. Is it going to download the Linux version, though? I mean, maybe it already knows. It does. Okay, we'll leave it in downloads here for a second. Okay. And then we'll open that up. And it's just an executable, so let's go ahead and... I wonder... I bet it could, huh? Let's extract this. Let's go to dev stuff. Let's go to Redot, and let's click extract. Show the files. Okay, stable. Let's go ahead and properties, permissions. Oh, it's already set up to execute. Maybe I should just run it if I can. And Bob's your uncle. Okay. Let's open that up. See if anything's got weird or changed or whatever. Looks like everything is like it's supposed to be here. Except it's... Oh no, those are all the rooms. That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's only doing those. Okay. And this is where we left it. I'll probably save it at some point. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's go to script. Okay, let's do something here. Okay. 147. And we're supposedly unstable right now. So I'll tab back. Now it's back down to 147. In fact, that's an interesting thing. Let's do something else here. Let's shrink this down a little bit. And now I could probably take the project and import it into Godot. Let's see something here. So right here, right? Oh, darn it. I know it's going to go to that. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's do this again. I wanted to see something work. See, it automatically switches when you tab out. Okay. All right. I guess I could try here. Let's see if I can get Godot and make sure I get 4.3. I don't want to get the latest just yet. I want to get an older version. Looking for previous version, yes. 4.3 stable. Download. Linux standard. Okay, standard. Okay, we'll save it here. And we'll open it. And we'll extract it. Cancel. Extract. Do I want to extract it to... Do I want to do it in dev stuff? I guess I can do it in dev stuff. Let's create a new folder if I can do it here. Redot. Okay, extract it here. The files. Properties, permissions. Close. That means I should just be able to run it. Let's do let's close that. Let's do one here. Let's go to back up to here. Let's go to Redot projects, and I'm gonna go ahead and copy. Well, I want to copy that, do I? I don't want to copy all the Git stuff. Anybody know if I can if there's a way I can remove the Git stuff from my copy? Is it just get the Git folder and then Git attributes and Git ignore? Is it just those? Anybody know? I don't know. Hold on, let me go to Discord. Just a sec. Godot or Redot. GitHub desktop. Maybe I should just ask an AI or something. Um, um, okay. Uh, okay. I just need to navigate Git. Files to remove. Know how to delete files. And actually, this is really showing it there, but all right. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and copy this. Copy. Okay, let's go to dev stuff. Let's go to Godot. Let's go ahead and hit paste. Let's go into here. Let's get rid of Git, delete. just under the Godot directory. And hopefully I just copied it and I didn't move it. Here. And delete. We can delete this. Now, it'd be terrible if I found out that I had removed anything. And good, I haven't removed anything. Dev stuff, let's go back to Godot. Go to there. Make sure there's nothing. GD ignore, shader catch, imported, editor. And scripts, scenes, fonts, rooms original. Okay. Let's pull up GitHub desktop real quick. And nothing changed there, that's fine. Okay, so Godot. Let's open project dev stuff, Godot. Select this folder, import and edit. If it will edit it, maybe it won't. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Looks like everything is working like it's supposed to. Let's go to script. Let's go into here. And let's just change the folder. And it does do so in 4.3 stable. All right. At least I can tell them that that is correct. And I guess I'll just leave that there. I don't know if I need to, but I'll just leave it there anyways. Dev stuff. Now, we're going back to Redot and Redot projects and Chenlands, and we'll leave that, and that's all fine and hunky-dory there. So now I can go ahead and reply to these guys, to Redot. You can read about the update above. The short answer is we are focused on 3 fronts: stable, experimental, and educational. Yeah, the educational, they have something called Academy, which I guess they're going to have like tutorials and documents and all kinds of stuff for learning Redot or Redo, whatever you want to call it, however you want to call it. I guess this is a slightly different than what Godot's doing, but that's just fine. Let's just go ahead and reply. Well, actually, let's close that. Probably just... Okay, so let's go ahead and reply and say, I just now tested stable and Godot 4.3 stable, and they do the same thing. It seems to jump back to the cursor right when you tab or click away. Whenever it loses focus, I guess. Okay. So that way I can help them pinpoint it, and they'll pinpoint it. Okay. I got 32 others. I got 32 likes on that. Okay. Pick 3 fate, like blizzard, tornado, hail, hurricane, heat wave, sunshine, flood, ice storm. Okay. Broderbund. Probably. What's it called? It's one thing. Wait a minute. Was Lords of Conquest Broderbund? Lords of Conquest. No, that was Electronic Arts. No? No. Okay. Okay. Right. Oh yeah. One of the main games I played on the C64 was Lords of Conquest. I was thinking of Broderbund when I thought of that, but it's definitely not. I don't remember what. I remember one game on the Mac called. I don't forget what it was called, but basically it was a surgery simulation. It was on the Mac. It was actually on Macintosh. I believe that was Broderbund. Bro, Brobund. What? Broderbund. Oh, print shop. That's right. They still exist. Was an American. Okay, was an American maker of video games, educational software, and productivity tools known for the 8-bit. Oh, I didn't know Choplifter, Load Runner, Karateka, or as we actually pronounce it Karateka, but Karateka is probably how it's pronounced, I think. Prince of Persia, cool. Print Shop, yeah. Miss and oh yeah, the Carmen San Diego games, of course. I didn't realize it was founded in Eugene, Oregon. I never knew that. Oh, but moved to California. Interesting. Still published under the name Broderbund, games released by the revived Broderbund are distributed by Encore Inc. Broderbund is now the brand name for River Deep's graphic design, productivity, and edutainment titles such as The Print Shop, Carmen San Diego, Made of Speaking, Teach Typing, The Living Book series, and Reader Rabbit. I remember those. Uh, Zone Alarm. Um, not an actual word. Somewhat loose translation of Band of Brothers into a mixture of Danish, Dutch, uh, German, and Swiss. Um, the O was used partially as a play on the letter O from Dano-Norwegian alphabet. However, the letter was mainly referencing the /0 found in mainframes, terminals, and early personal computers. Three crowns above the logo are also referenced to the Lesser National Court of Arms of Sweden. Brother, Brother Bond. I always pronounce it Broderbund, but who knows? The Market Galactic Empire strategy game. Huh, from 1980. That's interesting. I know I'm not working on. I should be working on my game. Give me a sec though, and I'll be working on it here just a sec. Um, actually, let me go check something out. Let's go. Hey guys, what's up? Okay. Um, from Lord and Taylor department store chain in the United States. 1826 until 2020. Of course. Seems like all American companies and stuff is pretty much gone down, bankrupt, whatever, taken out, whatever you want to say. I mean, that's part of taking down America, I think. And me being conservative, yes, I believe that the liberals, the deep state, and whatever else you want to call them, uh, are trying to take down America, and almost succeeded. But I don't think they've. I think they're losing now. But anyways, merchants named Broderbund Africans for Broderbund, associated brothers to emphasize its family origin. Um, Yeah, no, we were going to be successful would not have chosen that name, as we endured a fair bit of criticism because of the South African connection. Interesting. That's all right. Much so much better than strategy games. The learning company bought it. Okay, wait. I should stop going off on this tangent. I just was trying to remember what games for Broderbund. Um, I'm excited to announce my new action figure is being released today, Keyboard Warrior. Now with more complaining on social media. That's funny. Okay, stop. I should stop looking at this. Pretty privilege isn't real. Okay, explain this. Yeah. Okay then. Um, is that all? Somebody else liked my comment. Um, okay, so what was I doing? What was I doing? Um, what's up? You have good even service out of you. 12:24. Boy, I'm really burning daylight, ain't I? So what am I supposed to be working on right this second? Uh, I was gonna be a little bit different today by deciding that I should go ahead and try to start splitting up the rooms. And I guess I don't really know the best way to go about doing that. We're in Redot now, right? Okay. Whoops. Go to rooms. Okay, that's oh, I see. Rooms and rooms original. Right, that would be the single rooms. Um, those are test rooms. I think. Should I leave the test rooms in and just still work around them? Or should I copy the original rooms, which is just basically the straight down the line rooms, and just start making my rooms from there, and then see if we can get. Might do that. That's what I'll do. You know what? Let's do a thing here, and let's actually make a copy of this. Copy. Okay, and actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to let's open dev stuff in a new tab, and we're just gonna paste some copying. Let's rename it. Uh, rooms with test. How do I say it? Original with test rooms. I just it's got to be, I guess, kind of verbose here. Cut. Let's go back into Redot projects, phase one. We're just gonna put this. We're gonna paste this here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is, oh, did somebody? That's Discord, I guess. Was that Discord? Wait, oh, okay, notification, right? Notification. Reacted. Oh, good. I got a reaction to my stream. Okay, that's cool. And just streaming. Okay, so let's see here. Oh yeah, let's go to GitHub Desktop. Let's just go ahead and I'll just go ahead and the rooms with the test ones commit to main. And let's go ahead and push it. The reason I'm doing this, right, is I just figure I should probably have. Of course, it's going to show up here. Let me go back over here. Oh, come on! What? How come it's there? We go. So weird. Uh, okay, so let's shrink that down. Okay, rooms original, and then rooms original with test rooms. This I'm going to go ahead and retain the test rooms as well, but I'm also going to go ahead and start with um. Here, let's close that one. Close. 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 And then let's pull up. I want to pull up the welcome room. Okay, so let's just yeah. Oh, I kind of forgot though. I'll have to watch this as a like a single. Well, maybe not. Maybe what I should do is not view it in here. Let's view it in the text editor. Close. Let's go into here. Let's go into rooms. Let's go into that's there we go. Level 1, room 1, right? We're gonna open that in the text file. That way I have word wrap on and I can just see it. /U 2026. That must be a dash or something. These dark purple ones are kind of hard to look at, hard to view. I wonder if that's taking it from the theme, from like from the Linux theme right now. Anywho, anywho, uh, okay, let's look at this for a sec. Welcome to Enchanted Lands. Take a magical vacation, slay a dragon, rescue a princess, become a great and powerful wizard, or stay at one of our many fine hotels. Anything is possible. At least that's what the brochure says. Enchanted Lands, the magical resort kingdom, is not doing so well. The king seems to be acting strangely. Enchanted Enterprise has been bought out by Enchanted Holding Inc. Administration has closed the various magical training schools, and a dark presence has returned from banished realms. Is there no one that can solve these mysteries? Will the schools ever reopen? Will there ever be any more stupendous vacation deals? Stay tuned. Hit 1 if you wish to start. Hit 2 if you want to go to test room 1. Okay. Let's see for a second. Yeah, I tried going to bed on time last night. I couldn't get to sleep. So I don't know what the deal is. So a little bit of yawning. Probably not as bad as normal though. I guess I don't need to split that one up. That's just your intro and just telling you to go on, and or if you want to quit, you can quit. And honestly, I could have a door to the main menu, maybe. Choice 1, choice 2. Interesting. Should I do that? There won't be like saving or anything. You'll just have to go through it again. But maybe I should do that. Put a third door in there, and that means I do have to give up one of my the choices. Going back to the parent, Hmm. Should I do that or should I just leave it? But yeah, this is going back to where I was starting with. Um, and that, okay, so what was I thinking? ADHD going on here. Um, what was I thinking? Oh, so there's a couple things here, right? So let's go back to the layout part for a second here. And I've been having trouble with this layout thing, right? One, two, and so honestly, three. The children should be directly under the center space equally underneath the center of the parent, right? So that means this is fine. These two are fine, but this is not fine. And these two are actually descendant from here. So these have got to be in the center, but this has got to be in the center. So this has got to be in the center of this. Now, in order to do that, you have to separate these two. So I have to pull them out. Let's just do it manually here. Wait. Do it manually here. So that means pulling this out just enough, and then that also means pulling these out same amount equidistantly, right? That's still not good enough there. So then what do we do here again? We move this out even further. Like that. And let's go ahead and move these out even further. Right? And then let's move this a little bit closer. The only problem is you can only get so close, right? Okay. Wait. Okay, so now let's take these or let's take these. Let's move them out even further. I'll take all three of these. Move these out even further. Right about there. And then this can go right about there. Now, the good part here. Okay, so what I was doing it like this. I was going to do it like this instead of the thing about. Okay, so this is here. Right, I'm putting them right next to each other, kind of on purpose, just for this test case. So then this goes directly above here. That means this. No, this has to stay there. Okay, so that means I can't do it. Why? Because I can't bring it out any further. Right? Actually, I can do this though. Okay, we'll just. I'm just showing you how I would do it if this was working like I thought it was supposed to be working. So let's take these and let's move these together as a unit right there. See, this accommodates. Obviously, I'd have some gaps in between here, but this accommodates both of these without overlapping, and these are equidistant, right? These aren't equidistant to this, and that's where I was doing the thing before of having a center and spacing those out as if there were two. Now, the only thing here is this. I put 4, 5, and 6 off of test 3, right? Um, okay. So here, this needs to be lined up exactly. Actually, these are lined up exactly. That's kind of funny. Although this does technically overlap, right? This would theoretically be separated enough. And then this, whoop, darn it. This would be over here. That's kind of how it would look. Although that doesn't look right. Just because it doesn't look right. Okay, so here's the deal. So we did that. Now these don't overlap. They're center. This is centered to its parent. This is centered to its parent. But now we got this down here. Now this overlaps here with this area. So this overlaps with this branch. So we need to take these guys here and we need to move them away. Okay, let's do it like how I was gonna ask Grok to help me do, which is let's pretend that right. So we want to take these and we actually want to move them out. Right? And then this I actually want to move to the center. Wait, I want this in the center here. Okay? Now, what that does to these, to put these out like this. And then we can do this as though it were the center. So we have see the way that we're spacing them, right? So now I'm treating that as though they were both this size here. Not exactly, but sort of. In fact, let's do the thing again here. Let's actually take both of these, since this is halfway in there. We're pretending that that's probably not going to work though, is it? I'm seeing why Grok had such a problem, and it wasn't even Grok's problem, and it wasn't my fault either. It's just the nature of how this stuff works. So that would be that. That means that this would have to be closer, right? Because they need to be equidistant, but I can't move this any further over there because it's going to hit this, right? So if I move this back to where it's like that, now I can take this by itself and put it directly under. That's how this would look. So this is how that would look. Now we go to the next thing down here, and this needs to be directly in there. And then these, oops, these need to be moved like that. Let's just go ahead and move this over here too. Okay, but these are still overlapping, right? In fact, there isn't this many. Now these I gotta push out. So as if now we're gonna go to the center line again. We're gonna actually well, I can't really do that, can I? Okay, let's do this. I can get all four, 5 of these. Okay, so basically what I have to do is, in order for it to be equal, we're going to have to put this to where this is in the center. The furthest reaches here is in the center. That means we're going to have to take these, and I'm going to have to move this out same amount, see? So now we've expanded even further, right? This is what the final thing should look like, about. Not precisely, but this is sort of how it should look. Oh, hey Greg, thanks for joining the stream. I'm just trying to outline for anybody that's watching or listening how I was expecting the rooms to be laid out when I was trying to get Grok to help me. See, everything should be lined up into the center, but then everything should be spaced out even further. You know, if it's 1, if it's 2, it's got to be spaced out even further to accommodate the widest group of children. So right now the widest group of children is this 3 here. Now if I had 5, or if I had, let's say I had 5 over here off the bottom here, then it would need to go even further, and that means that these would be spaced even further. And the bad part is that the bad part is it can start looking kind of weird. So I'm kind of like not really sure how to do this kind of thing. How to do it in such a way where they don't overlap, where they keep their parent-child relationships, and like you kind of know. That's why I try to keep them in the center. Now, eventually you'll have lines. Each of the rooms will have lines to them, but like representing like the exits and stuff. But that will be one way of showing it. But like they'll kind of need to be grouped in a way that they don't intersect, that they don't overlap, and that they still maintain their parent-child relationship. So I was trying to figure that out. So I was thinking maybe I need a completely different tact here. First of all, okay, so let me think here. So I'm thinking, what if I did like a fixed grid? Now, granted, these are a certain width, kind of on purpose, so that they'll fit 4 lines, and then a fifth. They'll actually fit 5 lines unless it has a ellipsis. Unless it has more than 5 lines, then it can't fit in here, and so the ellipsis goes in there. So that's 4 in an ellipsis. If they're less, then they all fit onto the page, like these over here. But I was going, maybe I should reduce the amount of possible rooms connections I can have. And I understand that 19 rooms. Okay, so the 19 count from rooms for phase 2. This is not even for phase 1 here. But for phase 2 comes from the fact that you can have 9 choices, 1 through 9, which is corresponds to the numbers. The only reason you have up to 9 choices is because there's 9 number keys, right? That and the keypad. And then the 0, there's actually a 10th number, but 0 is always quit. So I was thinking of leaving that. So you have 9 choices you can make, and then when I split out into directions, there's a possibility of 10 different directions you can go in. Doesn't mean you're going to go in all 10 directions. Doesn't mean you're going to do all 9 uh, 9 children, right? So at most you might have 5, you might have 4, 3, or I could limit it to 2. So I'm kind of thinking, should I limit it? Should I make it a max of 3? How should I work this? Should I try to make sure that every room has 3 exits, 3 choices on purpose, which it might necessitate doing something funky with some of the rooms, maybe, because maybe there isn't a lot to do that could divide up into more than 2, but less than 4, right? So I'm kind of thinking. I'm kind of thinking. Okay, so what if I did 3? What if and how would that impact the directional system that I'm going to create come phase 2? So the one thing I could do is I could limit this to two rooms, max, right? 2 choices. That does kind of limit the interactivity, sort of. It's not such a big deal for the choose your own adventure phase, and it might be a good idea just to do it just so I can make sure I'll have like a limitation. And so when I finally make the interactive point and click and the parser based versions and stuff, um, maybe that'll help keep the scope down or something. So if I do 2, if I do 3, now I could think of this as a grid, and I can separate by how many in between. Um, Kraka's for noobs. Oh, I guess I'm a noob, lunatic. Edit, even if you're not in here watching. Greg, you can tell. You can tell him that I said I must be a noob then. Um. Okay, so I'm going to go in. What's a different? Is there a different way I could go about this? So if I do only 2 and 2 on each, and then 2 on each, um, at least I'd have a thing for. I'd still have to space them out though, and that's the thing, right? Thing here is that you still have to space them out. Like, how do you usually space them out? How does that work? I'm still kind of struggling with that. I guess we're working on the layout part right now, and after my break, which is going to be 40 minutes from now, then I'll work on adding actually new rooms, new story based rooms. Now, certainly, if I kept it to 2 each level, it can still grow exponentially, but 2 choices limits your amount of choices. Um, but it might also make things simpler. And then like I said, when I get to the navigational part where I'm limiting my choices down and now using directionals, and actually that could help too if there's only 2 choices. It means 2 choices in game. Can keep the scope down though. Can keep the amount of rooms that I actually have in here. Um, so then how many directions do I need? Okay, so the original deal was okay, so let's say I can have up to 8 cardinal directions, right? North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest, right? Clockwise. That's those. Then I can have that's 8, and then I can have up and down as a vertical movement, like you're going up a ladder or up the stairs or something, and so that makes it 10 directions, right? So I got 9 choices and I got 10 directions, and that gives you 19 possible rooms that you could make, or 19 possible decisions. I got to I got a jet to lunch myself. Keep up the good work. Yeah, no problem, Greg. You don't even have to say anything. Although, if you don't say anything when you leave, I'll probably act as though you're still there. I'll say, if you're still here, blah, 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 blah. But other than that, you don't really even have to tell me if you don't want to. You can just pop out and pop in and whatever. Anyways, it's cool. So go have a good lunch, Greg, and I'll see you whenever you pop in again, or I'll see you in the Discord or whatever. Okay, so the question is how many directions do I possibly need? If you're thinking of a physical location, you're thinking of doors. Um, Normally, 4 directions is all you need as far as doors go, right? And by the way, this isn't going to have any bearing on how many directions your character moves when I actually get to animating characters. In fact, I know it's going to be a ton of work, and I may not decide to, in the end, ultimately do it. But I always thought it would be cool if, especially if you're using 3D backgrounds and you're using 3D, how do I say it? 3D, like a anyways, 3D sets, right? You're doing 2D on 3D, and that it would be cool to hand draw 16 directions. It's a lot of work, and maybe it's too much work for what you get out of it. But I think it'd be completely smooth that ways. 8 directions is fine. Um, if I remember right, in Wolfenstein 3D, I think they used 8 directional sprites. I think. Actually, let me ask. I guess I can ask Grok, right? Since I can probably ask Grok. And let's go into Grok. Um, uh, do you know how many sprites uh, how many images they use for the guard sprites in Wolfenstein 3D for MS-DOS based systems, which came out, I believe, in 1992 by id Software and Apogee Games. Because it should be able to extract the info. 1992, I was right. I still have my little envelope with the birthday with the discs inside. I don't think the discs work anymore. I think they've been corrupted or whatever, but I still have it with the manual and everything. And I also had Commander Keen Invasion of the Vorticons in there. The guard sprites representing standard Nazi soldier enemy use a total of 18 distinct images. Comes with they can handle sprite-based graphics, create illusion of 3D movement. The guard has sprites for two primary states, standing and chasing, which includes walking and attacking animations. For each state, the game uses eight directional sprites to show the guard from different angles. This allows the guard to appear to face the player as they move around. Additionally, there are two death sprites, one for initial collapse and one for final death pose, which is shared across all directions since the death animation doesn't vary by angle. One for each direction, okay. Standing state, chasing, attacking, 8 sprites, one for each direction. 18 sprites. Sprites are 64 by 64. How many frames of animation for the chasing state? 4 frames. Right. 4 distinct frames. They got away with animating as little as possible, partly because of the size limitations at the time, and um, partly because it would take a lot of work. I mean, it takes a lot of work to animate anyways, but to animate that many frames of animation for the chasing sequence, you're interested in the animation cycle itself, not the total sprite count across all directions. 4 frames for a walking cycle in any direction. Cycled through to animate the guard's movement. Game stick rate roughly 70 Hz. Throughout the animation speed feels slower in practice due to design choices. Modest frame count was practical decision given the memory and performance limitation of early 1990s MS-DOS systems, while still delivering a convincing sense of motion for the time. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted to know. So, okay, so my thought was, okay, they do 8 directional sprites. Uh, was there ever any game uh, which that used the directional 8 directional sprites method of putting 2D sprites in a 3D environment that use more than 4 frames per direction. Maybe it can come. I don't know if it can come with that. It kind of depends, partly on searching, looking through web, that sort of thing. The games use a directional sprite method, placing 2D sprites in 3D environment with more than 4 frames per direction. Select 4 frames per direction is chasing state. We discuss other games pushed beyond that limit. One strong example is Doom. Okay. Same team behind Wolf 3D use 8 directional sprites rendered in a 3D environment via pseudo 3D raycasting engine. Yeah, it's, you know what's kind of dumb to me? That when they're talking about 3D and they talk about, oh, well, it's fake 3D, it's pseudo 3D. Well, yes, maybe technically, if 3D means you have what 6 degrees of freedom and you know whatever X, Y, and Z and yaw, pitch, and roll or something. I forget what it means exactly, but strictly speaking, those weren't full 3D. But technically, I mean, generally, they are still 3D. I I don't think of that as fake 3D, that doing raycasting and doing the slices and stuff. Three Representing a three-dimensional backdrop or image by drawing things closer to the camera, larger, and things farther from the camera, smaller, uh, indicating a sense of depth. And that's all you need to be 3D. 3D movies had, the red and green glasses. All it used was 2 overlapping frames to give you the depth information because you have 2 eyes. And so you can consider that. Well, that's not real 3D either. Well, uh, it's called 3D because it gives you 3-dimensional depth. Because it gives you the 2 images via the 2 different eyes, and then later on like polarized glasses and stuff that they used in like theme parks and whatnot. But so to call Wolfenstein 3D, for instance, or even Doom pseudo 3D is, to me, is kind of dumb. I mean, mathematically, if there's a mathematics thing, if you're a mathematician, if you're a scientist, if you're you know, something like that, then technically maybe it's not real 3D, right? Because it's not operating in all degrees of motion. 3 dimensions is the perceived 3 dimensions. So it's not 6 dimensions. It's 3 dimensions. 3 dimensions meaning height, width, and depth. And if you're representing height, width, and depth on any kind of screen, that's 3D, basically. That's why they could get away with calling the old Sierra adventure games 3D. They called it 3D because you could essentially walk into a scene, even though technically it was up the screen, but you could walk in front of and behind images, objects. So they had depths, and so they had these like Y bands, which are essentially like layers. So once it went up, it it drew behind something that was on a lower level. But anyways, I'll go off on tangents, whatever. I digress, as I often do. Um, for the Imps walking animation, has 5 frames per direction. Smoother walking effect. Okay, 5 frames. Okay, that's fine. Duke Nukem 3D. There we go. 8 directional 2D sprites in a 3D world, but often exceeds 4 frames per certain enemies. Pick up enemy, for example, has a walking cycle with 6 frames per direction. Uh, the build engines flexibility allow for more complex sprite animations than earlier engines. Capitalize on this to give enemies more dynamic presence. Uh, okay. Sprite count versus memory, but for key enemies. Uh, has there ever been any other game on any other system that used more than 6 frames per direction for smooth movement? I'm trying to get it to tell me if there's anybody that's actually really put in the time and actually, particularly mid to late to the 2000s, pushed sprite based techniques to their limits before 3D took over completely. Didn't appear on systems greater storage or processing power. Right, that's fine. The Last Blade 2, originally released for the Neo Geo arcade system, while not a first-person shooter like Wolfenstein or Duke 3D, is a 2D fighting game that uses pseudo 3D background with sprite characters, and its animation quality is relevant here. Characters like Cade or Akari have walking cycles with 8 frames per direction, rendered across 8 angles to match the game's dynamic camera shifts and stage depth. Holds total 64 sprites for a single character's walk. 8 directions up to 8 frames. The Neo Geo's robust 68K CPU and large cartridge sizes up to 716 megabits by the late 90s allows SNK to pack in those detailed sprite sheets, giving the movement an almost hand-drawn anime-like fluidity, while 3D environment here is more of a layered backdrop than a fully navigable space. The principle of multi-angle sprite animation aligns with your question's spirit, smoothness through high frame counts. Another example comes from Marathon Infinity, developed by Bungie for the Macintosh. Okay, I know about a little bit about Marathon. It was, it's of course pre-Halo Bungie. Built on a 2.5D engine similar to the build engine, uses 8 directional sprites for enemies like the Peep or I don't even pronounce it, Biter. The walking animation for this enemy is 7 frames per direction, totaling 56 sprites for a cycle. Bungie took advantage of Mech's higher end hardware relative to typical MS-DOS rigs of the era, and CD-ROM storage include these extra frames, making Thor's looping gate feel more alien and deliberate. The additional frame over Duke Nukem's 3D6 adds subtle and noticeable smoothness, uh, especially at the game's 30 FPS cap. For a rare case, consider Diablo 2. Yeah, but that's isometric though. It uses 2D sprites in a 3D rendered world with 8 directional facings for characters and monsters. Some higher tier enemies, like the Fallen Shaman, have walking animations with 8 frames per direction, amounting to 64 sprites for their movement cycle, 8 directions times 8 frames. This is feasible thanks to the game's CD-based storage and Blizzard's focus on polish. By 2000, PCs can handle the memory load, and the extra frames give these sprites a silky, almost cinematic quality compared to earlier sprite-based games. These examples show that games like systems like the Neo Geo, Macintosh, and late 90s PCs did exceed 6 frames per direction for smoother movement. They're outliers, though. Most games didn't go far beyond this far because sprite storage scales fast. 8 directions times 8 frames is 64 per animation. By the late 90s, 3D polygons were becoming the norm. Still, the titles prove it was done, often on platforms. Okay, one more question, and this is for any system, any decade, be it computer, console, or arcade, or whatever. Has any game ever done 16 directions per per character in any frame count? It'd be a ton of work, honestly, but doubling the angles to 16 is rare, but appeared across different decade systems, typically seen in games. And for exceptional visual fidelity and smoother rotational appearance, often at the cost of significantly larger sprite sheets. Frame count per direction varies, but 16 direction approach alone is a notable leap. It also highlight examples with any frame count as you specified. One standout is Last Express, developed by Smoky Car Production PC. This adventure game uses pre-rendered 2D sprites in a 3D modeled train environment with characters animated using rotoscope footage. The main character, Robert Cath, and key NPCs like Anna Wolf have sprites rendered in 16 directions. This allows them to turn and face the player or move across the train's corridors with finer angular precision, enhancing the game's cinematic feel. The walking animation uses 4 frames per direction, totaling 64 sprites for a single walk, 16 direction times 4 frames. The sprites were digitized from live action, and the 16 angle setup was a deliberate choice to make the character movements look less snappy than 8 direction games, leveraging the CD-ROM's ample storage, over 600 megabyte across 3 discs. Another example is Enter the Matrix, developed by Shiny Entertainment for PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, and PC. While primarily a 3D polygonal game, it uses 2D sprite effects and some billboarded character animations in specific sequences. This is kind of interesting. Hey, Rook. Welcome back, I guess. Since apparently you've gotten dinner already. I'm just asking Grok some general questions about frames per sprite on certain games because I had a dream, or a vision or a goal or whatever you can call it, where I was thinking of animating at least certain portions when every character, every sprite would need it, but at least the main character and anybody that's walking, working dinner done. Good. So you're chilling apparently. Um, so I was thinking, you know what? Why not do 8 directional walks and nice, really smooth animation, 12 frames per second or 24 even, and that's a lot of frames. Granted, it's a ton of frames, but I was thinking, what if I do that? Um, Depending on what it is, like Day of the Tentacle. Yeah, I don't remember specifically. I don't know if what their frame rates had, but yeah, they're. Well, actually, I don't think they had that many directions, but definitely was nice smooth animation though. That used a lot more than a few frames per second. So they're probably using 12s. Can't you get AI to fill in the middle? Maybe. Mike could. Well, I mean, you'd have to have some software that would do that. But you could hand draw part of it and then get AI or any of the animation packages to probably do the tweens for you. Probably Blender Grease Pencil could do the tweens. Could actually do some tweening for you, even if you hand draw it. I didn't even think about that. So then, if I'm using Grease Pencil, I could just animate it a certain amount and then have it like double the frames or something. Not really sure. Uh, I'm not really sure what Grease Pencil can do specifically, but it's possible. I'll probably be using Grease Pencil to animate, so maybe. Let's see here. Another example in a matrix. Okay, 16 directional sprites. Certain NPC agents in crowd scenes play 16 directional sprites to simulate smoother rotation as they track the player. These sprites have 6 frames for direction for walking, total 96 sprites per cycle. 16 directions times 6 frames. This is a hybrid approach, blended the PS2's 3D capabilities with sprite techniques using the console's 32 megabyte of RAM and DVD storage to handle the data. The 16 directions made the distant characters' pivots less jarring, a subtle but effective touch. From the arcade world, Killer Instinct Gold for the Nintendo 64, ported from the 1994 arcade original by Rare Midway, offers a case. While a 2D fighter at heart, it uses pre-rendered sprites in a 3D-like stage environment with Z-axis movement. The characters like Jago or Orchid were given 16 directional facings for certain transitional moves, e.g. side steps or diagonal attacks, beyond the standard 8-direction norm of most fighters. The walking or shifting animations here use 5 frames per direction, totaling 80 sprites for those sequences, 16 directions in 5 frames. The N64's cartridge, up to 64 megabyte, and pre-rendered sprite compression made this feasible given the characters' more fluid appearance when shifting angles, especially noticeable in the game's dynamic zoom camera zooms. Finally, Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Amon 2000 by BioWare for PC pushes the envelope in the isometric RPG space, building on Diablo 2's sprite legacy. Some major characters like John Irenicus and large monsters like dragons use 16 directional sprites to face the player or rotate in the 3D rendered world. The walking cycle for these characters is 8 frames per direction, resulting in 128 sprites per cycle, 16 directions and 8 frames. This was a luxury afforded by the game's 2 CD set and PC hardware of the era. Pentium 2/3, 64 plus megabyte of RAM, making character movement exceptionally smooth for a sprite-based title, almost anticipating the shift to 3D models in later RPGs. These examples, Last Express, the Enter the Matrix, Killer Instinct Gold, and Baldur's Gate 2, confirm that 16 directions per character have been done across PC, console, and arcade systems for various decades. The frame counts vary, but the 16-angle approach itself is the key leap, often used to make sprite rotation feel closer to true 3D without abandoning 2D art. It's a niche technique, though. Sprite counts explode, so it's no surprise it stay there, especially as the full 3D rendering took over by the 2000s. Still, these games show developers pulling off this feat when they had the tech and the ambition to match. Okay, cool. All right. I thought that I would make a I thought in my game I might try 16 directionals, at least for the player characters and give them a high frame rate to be super smooth. Also, considering I want to make the background environments 3D and to look 2D, it should look pretty good, assuming I'm any good at animating and or have the money to hire artists to hire animators. That's an ambitious, visually intriguing idea. Going with 16 directional sprites for player characters and pairing it with high frame rate could absolutely deliver super smooth look you're looking for, especially if you nail the animation quality. Combining that 3D painted backgrounds designed to mimic a 2D aesthetic is a clever twist. You could give your game a distinct style, blending the tactile charm of sprites with a modern layered depth. I wasn't asking it to do that. I was just telling it so that it. I don't know. I don't know why I tell it stuff sometimes because I'm not really looking for anything, but it does it anyways. So I should realize that. For the 8 16 direction sprites, you're doubling the standard 8 direction setup, which will make your character's turns and movements feel incredibly fluid, almost 3D like without fully leaving 2D behind. A high frame rate per direction, say 10 to 12 frames per walk cycle. Would push that smoothness even further for contests. 16 directions times 12 frames is 192 sprites just for walking. That's a hefty workload, but if you're targeting modern platforms, PC or consoles, or even mobile with optimization, storage and memory won't be at the bottleneck they were in the 90s. The real challenge would be the animation consistency across all those angles and frames. If you're animating by hand, like tools like Spine or Spriter could streamline the process with skeletal rigging, letting you tweak poses efficiently. Hiring animators, though, that's the golden ticket if you got the budget. Pros could knock out a polished sprite sheets faster and with extra finesse. 3D painted to look 2D backgrounds sound like a killer aesthetic choice. Think of it like Cuphead's hand drawn vibe. Yeah, and actually, I do want to play Cuphead at some point, but I haven't been able to get my hands on it. I don't have any extra money, and usually a lot of the stuff I get is from like the bundles or they're just old games that are on sale and stuff like that. So maybe one of these days I'll get to play it. And our Guilty Gear's 3D but 2D trickery with your own spin could model environments in something like Blender, render them with cel shaded. It'd be like some sort of painting filter. In fact, somebody made a plugin that allows you to kind of directly paint onto your 3D objects, and that's kind of what I'd be doing probably. I'd be actually painting on the 3D models, and I'd also have probably have some 2D. Shoot, what time is it? 1:20. Dang, I didn't get anything done today. I just started looking at stuff. Uh, dynamic camera options while keeping the cohesive 2D illusion, matching the art style. Um, yeah, I won't need to do cel shading per se. I'll be painting the textures, hand painting the textures essentially. So, sort of like what they did with Popeye, uh, the old Popeye cartoons. They basically were just they were 3D models set on a rotating table, and then they had the animation cell upright. Um, I think it was like hanging, but they had some sort of a frame thing that goes in front of the camera, some sort of a I don't know what you call that, but it goes in front of the camera so they can place the cell directly in front of the camera, and then animated it over the 3D background. So whenever they rotated the table, it looks like Popeye is walking in a 3D environment. So it'd be like that. Pull it off. Comic would be striking, fitting care at classic Baldur's Gate 2 hybrid environment idea. You good at animating yet, or still leveling up? Uh, no budget right now, but then again, my game is in the early stages. In fact, I'm doing it in phases. I don't know if you can remember across conversations we've had, but I'm starting with purely text with a choose your own adventure style. Same story, characters, etc., but slowly changing it over time until it's fully interactive point and click. As far as the environs, I will probably have them hand painted to look like old 2D cartoon backdrops, but moving in perspective with the camera moves. Think Popeye and Sinbad and Sinbad the Sailor from the early 1930s. Your phase approach makes solo especially no budget yet. Starting with the text-based choose your own adventure style somewhere, I'm going to let you know that I'm starting characters in the world without needing art or code chops right out of the gate. Phase is going to fully interact point and click with eventually, so no worries there. Let's dig into how this could play out. Your text phase is like a skeleton, pure narrative, all choices, no visuals. Tools like Twine or Inkwriter could, transitioning to the point and click phase. You're adding visual layer, hand painted backgrounds. You get the final 16 directional sprites. Yeah, when I get there, I'll probably, I'll probably gradually ease into it. Like, for instance, the placeholder art won't necessarily be placeholder per se, but maybe it'll be 8 standing directions, but it'll be the actual finished sprite or the actual finished like figure, like um like frame 1 of an animation with all 16 directions. Be something like that. So, but we'll decide when I get there. Yeah. Well, I've. Yeah, let's pull this up. And actually, I need to go ahead and get ready to start my break, I guess. So I don't know if I'll get anything done that I was going to get done today, but we'll see. Who is the notification? That's what I want to know. It's probably my Popeye comment. My Chuck Norris Popeye comment. Exactly. Okay, that doesn't matter. What's it gonna do before taking my break? Oh, it's this one. This is the roadmap so far, and I'm still in phase 1. I took a look and it's clear. It's like instant. It's like somebody with a photographic memory could like look at it and say, "Oh, I just analyzed it in no time." Thanks for sharing the roadmap via Pastebin. I took a look. It's clear you've got a solid plan for your. Um, since you're still in phase 1, I'll focus while tying it to your long-term vision. Phase 1 focus, building the story and characters branch choice is exactly right. Starting point, it's all about crafting narrative, complex decision tree. Key to choose your own adventure. For tools, your roadmap doesn't necessarily specify what you're using. Something like Twine is free. Hand painted backgrounds, phase 2 and beyond. Popeye and Sinbad vibe. Wavy, vibrant. Yeah. It's just the fact that it's in 3D. It was literally 3D model on the table, but whatever. This is AI still. Yeah. Uh, I'm not worrying about the sprites right now. That's not until like the last phase. It's definitely not phase 3. You apparently didn't read the roadmap carefully enough. But that's okay. I need to go break and then come back and do some more work on my game. Grok skimmed too fast and lumped the sprites into phase 3 in its head. That's okay. Whatever. Whatever. I don't know. Yeah, this AI is not. It's not all it's cracked up to be. And actually, I'm doing Grok Premium right now. Dad's paying for it for a month or two. We're doing monthly so that we can just um so we can quit at, you know, if we find out it's not really helping. I don't know if it's helping that much. I mean, it's allowing me to it's it's allowing me to do as much conversation, asking and uploading files and stuff as I want, as much as it can do. But otherwise, it's not gaining me anything extra that the free version didn't do, other than not cutting me off. So I don't know. I don't know if it's really worth it. Really to do the and of course we did the premium on the X, just so we could get some of the X premium features. I don't really see that much difference on the premium. Got a check mark next to my name, so I might just might switch back to the basic to the regular premium because it doesn't cost near as much. It's got more limits, but and might not even do that. Might just go back to the free thing. Might just stop altogether. You know, we're trying to do something that we thought would help us in some way, and it's apparently not helping me any that much. You know, and ChatGPT is good. It's a little bit limiting in the fact that if I upload a file or anything to it, it's going to stay on that whatever they give you for free for a little while, and then it cuts you off. You have to start a new conversation. It doesn't switch. Um, Now, it does switch uh, models if you're not uploading an image or whatever. Maybe they changed it now. Maybe the free thing has changed a little bit since they added the new image generation stuff. But so if I chat with it normally, it uses the newest model, um, and still has the free thing. But then it switches back to the older model, right, for free, and that's pretty good. I wonder something. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to take my break now, and for anybody who's listening and or watching, thanks for that. And I'm going to go ahead and take my break and be back at around 2 o'clock or so. So thanks for watching. Thanks for being here, and see if I can get some work done when I get back. Okay, I am back. So, yeah, sorry, apologies for being gone so long. Brooke, I think you're the only one that listens to me, or at least I know that other people come in and they pop in and out, but I think you're the only one that actually just kind of puts me on the thing there. And so, if you're still in here listening, thanks. And I don't know how much I'll be able to get done today because I'm still having a problem with this whole like layout thing. I was going to do some things where I started. I was gonna have a thing where I started where I was gonna start actually breaking down the rooms into with choices and stuff, but then I got kind of caught up in what would be the best way to do something like this, because it does have to get wider, regardless. The more branches, the more levels you go in, you have to add on to it. Maybe I should do check up something else. Let's see here. I got another notification, do I? Yeah, I like my comment. Spaceballs. Okay, so let's just do this. Choose your own adventure, and then decision tree. I probably did this already, but I want to see. And honestly, they always show them as horizontal. I'm looking at these vertically. Actually, let's just look at images for a quick sec. I mean, I'm just like this here is like a regular flow charting deal, I guess. These must be endpoints. These circles here. This is a regular flow charting deal where you start, you have a decision point. Oh, weird. Interesting how I did that. Choose your own decision. Oh, related templates. So this is what I'm talking about here. See the way these are spaced? Actually, it looks like they're more narrow. In other words, it started out as being something like large, and then it narrows as it gets closer. Yes, no, no, yes. Interesting. Um, the more you add, the more you're gonna need. See how this is the way it says? So if I added more trees, edit this template. Let's see what happens when I click edit. I don't want to pay for anything. I don't really care that much. I just wanted to try with the demo account. Okay, let's see something. Browse frames, template, shape libraries, icons, and more. You can add or remove. Well, how come? I see. And then you're like, for instance, if I do this, can I move it? I guess I can move it. It's going based on positions. I see. I don't really care about. Let's do this again. I wonder if it's all creately. I don't want a bunch of creately stuff. That's interesting. If I middle click, I never knew I could do it. If I middle click on something, it opens it in a new tab. Let's see. Job early on, learn about visual models using RML, decision trees, and account part decision tables. Remember, if you're not familiar, choose your own adventure, style books. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cover the book 32 different, went through, follow each decision. Paragraph 1. Most worthy place to start. In fact, I started making these models. I realized decision tree would get unruly, partly because of the nature of the decision. Every decision is one or multiple choices at each decision. The decision could be simplified, but that wouldn't follow the nature of the book. To illustrate how quickly these branch out. Okay, so this is just kind of like all over the place. Let's open a new tab. Call, car, call, wait, hide, wait. Let's see. Okay, a little crazy, no? When it comes to there, I saw there are 4 basic outcomes of the story, despite being 32 ways to get there, blah, blah, more frequently. Easy to ensure completion choices to each, as I came across it, this would be easy. Easy to see minimum and maximum number of decisions. After the decision tree was completed, I could easily see that I could finish the book in a little 3 decisions, many 10 decisions, visually pleasing. Lack of significant analysis for the endings. Lack of backward traceability. Size. But where's paragraph 2? Where's the thing about decision? This is from 2016, August 23rd, which is my birthday to be exact. Well, where is paragraph 2? What's the point? What's the point of doing this? What's the decision table? Um, okay, that doesn't help anything. Part 2. Okay, let's go to part 2 then. Decision trees and decision tables. I see a table, huh? More compact method to view all of the available decisions at once. Strictly speaking, since all the decisions in the book are ordered. should be very useful for this book. However, I found it extremely interesting to see how the decisions and possibilities line up in tabular format. For one thing, the decision tables show me right away that there are only 32 different endings and 44 ways to get. There were 44 ways to get to one. Full decision tables. I don't need. I'm just curious at what this is mostly. Conditions: wait, hide, give. Rule 1, rule 2. I see. This is not really useful to me because I'm trying to figure out how to do a layout thing here. So, it's nothing to be. I really need to know how to write a choose your own adventure. Plotting. Go writer. Sketch out the story. Each block is the length of an average page, contains 250 words. Story blocks. Suggest each block try to answer the following questions. Choose your story endings. It can be a bit more difficult to write. Possible variations. Second person. Well, narrative viewpoint is used. Kind of interesting. I could do a thing where it places them in a kind of a staggered format, so it doesn't matter how close they are together. I didn't think about it. Okay, that doesn't really tell me either. Oh, this is an interesting way to do it here, though. Somebody, this would still be doing it like the way I said it. Although, here it doesn't look like they chose any particular, like thing here. Let's see, choose your own adventure, dissecting it, choose your own adventure. Okay. Hmm. On the dissection, I need to figure out, Time established, by the way. The endings. No ending scored an A, in my opinion. Second line is there's no home run ending. I suppose this keeps the fictional story in line with the real life unsolvable counterpart. That did not mitigate my surprise. I wonder if withholding an A plus result could keep eager readers longer engaged in the story. Perhaps I hope they would go down each and every rabbit hole searching for a better result. Back in my mind, I assumed as a game maker you were obligated to provide an opportunity to win. Dissecting the story turned this idea on its head. Interesting. Also interesting from culture perspective was the writers. Yeah, to me that would be kind of a disservice to your reader. If I'm reading a book and I'm trying to get to what I would think is the good ending or the satisfactory ending, and there was no real satisfactory ending compared to what the goal was to stay in the beginning, I would feel let down and I'd feel like I wasted my money if I was buying it, or wasted my time if I wasn't buying it. Graphically kill the main character, you even boast on the back end. You might find yourself dumped in a snake pit or fed to the sharks. This seems to harken back to the snowflakey time. uh, what is what is the path to arrive these endings? This decision tree here. Add this thing about levels too, and if I just go on the if I go on the premise that each level is not really a level, um, or I can if I go on the premise that not every room of the same level has to be on the same in the same horizontal space, uh, horizontal vertical space, on the same vertical space, then it shouldn't matter about spacing other than just making sure it doesn't, you know, run into each other. But then you have to kind of account for the width of these. Okay, let's go back. If I don't start making some progress soon, though, then it is not going to be worth a hoot doing any of this here. So, the best ending is shown in each major trunks of the decision tree. They're highlighted in green. Correct choices you make to arrive at one of the best conclusions are 6 and 5, respectively. And pages read per ending. There's a broad range of story lengths. You could read a few as 11 pages or as many as 25. Fairly even distribution, averaging from 18.68. Oops, I got it. Hit the caps key or something. Why did it do that? Is it because I hit tab or something? Uh, okay. 25 high quality full page black and white drawings. Three pages where artwork and text coexist. Oh, my drawing skills, what's that? Character is a little over 20 characters. Brevity is essential. With the hook, offer the best option to be bold or cautious. Keep characters mostly one-dimensional. You don't have to offer 100% one conclusion. Good artwork is as important as good story. decision tree. I want to know what you do when you're trying to make these decision trees, because obviously, if I did like I did, where each level, each thing is horizontally on the same level, that means it's going to spread out wider and wider at depending on how many endings you have. See, these like narrow, right? These don't narrow, but these narrow. Hmm. And essentially, it's got to widen out enough to kind of do the same thing, basically. Interesting. How to visually lay out a decision tree. Hmm. A lot of these decision trees are binary, except for actual choose your own adventure. Okay, how to make a story map. We'll check that out. You need twine. Yeah, because I mean, I could do a thing like I already have this text already written up, right? Because it's my story basically. So I'm not making it as I go, right? And that's what most of these things do. Right? Design for databases will work. Need twine. Choice script is another option. Very simple scripting. I don't need the scripting. I need to be able to take my thing and turn it into a decision tree, and then I need to be able to space it appropriately to where it's linked to its parent, so you can see the definite relationship between the parent and child, and also where they don't overlap. The old choose your own adventure books use primitive computer programming flowcharts, IRC. You could potentially do it on paper or with index cards. Real life. Directed graphs. Pages are nodes. The directions to turn to a different page are the edges. We can visualize and analyze using computational techniques. For example, this is Andrew Stern's sketch of a night of 1,000 boyfriends from the Choose Your Own Copycat Date with Destiny Adventures series. Boy, that's crazy. I mean, granted, but this kind of exercise is assigned digital humanities computer science classes at schools like George Mason University. Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and University of Maryland, a student named Greg Lord created an interactive map of the third planet from Altair with analysis. He categorizes the pages of the story and routes them through them using terms like decision, cliffhanger, and of course death. And that's kind of interesting. That kind of goes all over the place too. So basically, this is useful for analyzing a choose your own adventure after the fact, but not while you're making it. And then while you're making it, like if I was just making this on paper, or with a paint program or whatever, I could just, start out, okay, I started with the setting and the character and blah, blah, blah. And then okay, what do I make? I make this decision and this, and I just kind of write it out and I kind of draw it out. But when you have like a regular, like on paper or on a, just on any board or whatever, you can kind of put stuff anywhere you want. So you end up placing them in odd places and you have lines to them and arrows for the directions. And this is an interesting thought here, though, because it's showing the links of each of these pages to the other pages, basically. It's kind of interesting. ChooseCo has created maps for their books, which it includes in recent editions. I had a specific width on mine. I have a specific level. In other words, if you look at this, um, I don't know if anybody's watching, which it's all right if you're not, but if anybody happens to see this, if you look at this, this is what kind of where you start here, this big circle, and then you have two choices to start with. You go down here, you go down here. But if you notice, these aren't exactly lined up. Why are they not lined up? Just because, partly because they're making room for the kind of spacing. I'm still trying to figure out how to work a layout for placement. See if you notice that? And then, okay, so this is the second level. Now these are third level, third level, third level, right? But if you notice, they're in different positions. So they're just all over the place. And they narrow and they widen out and narrow and stuff. So, this kind of doesn't help really. Uh, you can make choices that put you on a circular loop, rereading the same page until you make a different choice. As a hero inside UFO 5440, you learn about the paradise planet of Ultima. In the book, there's a written happy ending where you land on Ultima. However, there exists no path to this page. No matter what choices you make, you'll never return to page 101. The ending is an isolated island in the graph with no arrows pointing to it. The only way to get to the ending is to cheat and flip to that page without following the book's usual branching instructions. You don't make a choice for following the direction, but now somehow you are descending from space. You can choose to visit Ultima, says Alinka, nor can you get there by following directions. It was a miracle you got here, and that is perfectly logical because Ultima is a miracle itself. This meta and self-aware nature of these books continue to inspire generations of readers. Format helped inspire other series like Time Machine, Choose Your Path, like requested spin-off ideas like a Choose Your Own Adventure movie and board games. ChooseCo and Oni Lion Forge Publishing Group are creating the first Choose Your Own adventure book rendered as a graphic novel, 8th grade which to be launched next fall, whatever that time was. Netflix produced a feature-length episode of Black Mirror anthology called Bandersnatch. It uses a technology called Control Movie to give viewers an interactive experience while watching the movies. At the film, viewers make multiple choice decisions for the characters that ultimately affect which ending gets shown. Cheese Code promptly sued Netflix for trademark infringement. I'm nostalgic for Choose Your Own Adventure books. They remind me of my childhood, a time when choices were straightforward. Page 14, defeat the squid. Page 48, get sucked out of an airlock. Either way, the story ends. In the books, I had agency over my fate, but not really. Storylines wrapped around the nodes of the graph. Yeah, this doesn't really tell me anything either, does it? Uh, choices, narrative. Action Choose Your Own Adventure books prepared a data set 12 books. The earliest dates from 1979, and at the later edge are a handful from 1986. Laid out chronologically. Interesting. Every path. Or jump, backward jump. Every decision. You know, all of these are about analyzing uh, and then making like a visualization of the analysis. It's really cool looking. That's all I gotta say about that. It kind of makes it. It kind of makes it like. Yeah, that's okay. Hmm. Vehicle forms. Technology. Uh, let's see. How do you map up your story when you start writing it? A lot of planning is probably necessary. My own ideas. Yeah. Playing labels now. Basically, my entire drafting process is combined. The public feedback usually drives me naturally to some scenes. Yeah, and really, this isn't good old flowchart. You just open up a new document and write a rough outline. Hmm. This might necessitate a change in file name too. So if I'm not doing it by levels, uh, hmm, rewrite a story. Start on outlining, flowcharts. Hmm. Bubble. Art move with apparency. Hmm. Probably depending on the individual. I get lost in details. Screenshot. I see. See, this is just kind of all over the place, right? Hmm. Huh. Well, not really getting very far. Hmm. Okay. Here, let's go to Grok proper. Oh, that's okay. So let's see if I can describe this in a different way where it completely gives me a different idea here. I have a feeling I'm not going to be getting anything done today. I mean, it's almost time for me to be done now. Um, Making a final game in the Redot engine. Redot 4.3. Trying to use the editor to build a layout tool for my pages or rooms by attaching a panel name and description choices in the description. Choices just displayed in the description. And I'm trying to figure out how to visually lay out the pages, rooms, nodes, whatever you want to call it. Eventually, we'll have lines drawn to each room, indicating what connects to what. But once your decision tree gets too large, then so does your map or flow chart or whatever chart you're using. While I don't need any actual code right now, could you explain in English how I would approach laying out the rooms? I have a narrative that's broken down into pages that I will eventually add decisions or choices to. So how do you lay them out visually so you can see the parent-child relationships? I don't know what relationships. And yet not have rooms overlap each other. If I were doing this in some sort of paint program or just pen, pencil on paper, I would put them anywhere and rely on the lines, the directional lines to show the relationships. Suggestions. Social in the editor and intuitive for you as a designer. Here's how you might approach it. Think of a narrative as a tree, forest. Each page room is a node. Choices branch out from the parents to the children. Usually suggest a top-down or left-to-right structure where the root starting page sits at one end and the branches spread out. However, as you noted, a decision tree can sprawl quickly, so you'll need a way to organize it that scales without turning it into a tangled mess. Choose a base layout strategy. You got a few intuitive options for arranging nodes visually, even before drawing lines. Here are some approaches. Top-down tree. Place the starting page at the top center of your editor. Each choice spawns child nodes below it, fanning out slightly left or right to avoid overlap. Grandchildren go further down. So this mimics a family tree or flowchart. It's simple, but it can get tall fast. Left to right flow. Each new layer shift. I would probably top down, grid or layered approach. Assign each depth level, how many choices deep you are, to a horizontal or vertical band. For example, starting page is at y is 0, its children at y equals 100, grandchildren at 200, with each band space nodes horizontally based on their parent's position, tweaking. That's what I was trying to get it to do, but maybe I can get it in a roundabout way to actually just do it um, without using my existing code and stuff, based on their parent's position, tweaking as needed to avoid overlap. Radio circular layout. Place the starting page in the center, with the children reading it outward, like spokes on a wheel. Further choices extend outward in rings. This is compact but can get crowded unless you limit branching. For your case, since you're in an editor and want to see the relationships clearly, the top-down tree or grid approach might be most practical starting points. They align with how we naturally read hierarchies and are easier to adjust manually. Prevent overlap of spacing rules. To keep rooms from piling on top of each other, fix spacing. Set a minimum horizontal distance between nodes on the same level, e.g. 200 pixels apart. If a parent has 3 children, position them like negative 200, 0, and plus 200 relative to the parent's x-coordinate. Dynamic adjustment. Uh, if a level gets crowded, say one page has 5 choices, increase the spacing or shift some nodes slightly up or down to stagger them. For example, alternate Y positions like Y100 and Y120. Push neighbors. When placing a new node, check nearby nodes and nudge them aside if they're too close. Imagine each node has a little bubble around it. Keep those bubbles from touching. This can be done manually in the editor by dragging panels around, or you could later script it if you want automation. Use lines to reinforce relationships. If you plan to add lines later, you don't need the layout to do all the work. Lines will clarify connections. For now, focus on the rough arrangement where the parents and children are visually grouped. For example, keep children directly below or beside their parent, if not perfectly aligned. If two branches converge, e.g. different choices lead to the same page, don't worry about overlap just yet. Just place the shared node logically, and the line will show its convergence point. Handle scale with zoom or sections. As your tree grows, the whole map won't fit on screen. Here's how to manage that. Zoomable editor. Rely on the editor's zoom focus to focus on one branch at a time. Lay out the full tree as if space isn't concerned, then zoom in to tweak details. Break it into chunks. If an area has distinct acts or chapters, treat each as a mini tree. Lay out them out separately, connecting the key transition nodes with lines. This keeps each section manageable. Collapse branches mentally or later with a toggle. Fold up finished branches. For now, just push them aside in the editor to focus on the active part you're building. Page 1, you're in a forest. It has 2 choices: go left and go right. Split. Page 2 splits into climb tree. Page 4 into cross river. Page 5, while page 3 goes to fight bear. Page 6. Place page 1's panel at x1, x equals 0, y equals 0. Put page 2 at negative 100, 100, and page 3 at 100, 100. Below and fanned out. Page 4 goes to keep trigger position manually as you add more. Start with a good approach. Assign each choice depth a Y level, then spread nodes horizontally within each level. It's forgiving top-down tree. Two wide, shifted top-down tree, second nodes vertically. Well, I was doing this programmatically, which I don't want you to give me code for just yet. See, what else do I say? I know I can do this manually. That's not a problem. That's interesting thought, though. I mean, I could just do it I could do it manually. Or maybe I should just do it manually. I mean, I know I can space things like I want them. It's just how the nodes are connected, right? Huh. Okay, so originally I wanted to make the editor a sort of layout tool where I'd add a room. Uh, um, how do I say this correctly? I have 93 pages, which have actions on them, which would technically be voice one of the parent. They're um they're linear. They're linear and they link to the next page like a book. So when I want so the idea is to make the editor into a layout tool by let's see, having a button that would add a room, then I would place it and create the doors. Uh, this would actually be automatic by, yeah, I never thought about it too. Because I add a room, and then I'd have to go in there and I'd have to tell it. I have to type in what room node it connected to. Create the doors. Huh, I never thought about that. Hmm. This is harder than I thought. I know I can do it manually. I already have at these existing pages which will split up into multiple decisions in new pages. So I was going to use the Redot editor as a layout tool. So it was going to load up the rooms, then place them visually by the script. Then I could add a room with a button, place it where I wanted, and then save it, and then the next time I reloaded it, it would automatically be positioned in the right place. You could just have of course, it'll do it in the scene. In other words, I can save it in the scene. If I don't have a script that places it elsewhere, it would save it in the editor map scene. Hmm. Think about that. Just a second. Doesn't get triggered when trying to automate the layout in the Redot editor while keeping it flexible for manual tweaks using the editor. It's a layout tool, smarter idea. Refine them. Let's approach. It has 16 pages. Call them rooms for consistency. Split them into smaller rooms with decisions. You want Redot to load all the rooms as the editor. The editor's panels position them automatically via a script when you start. Let you add new rooms, drag them where you want, save their positions, reload the saved positions next time. The challenge is balancing the automatic layout to handle initial load and scaling with manual control. Keep the parent-child relationships visible and avoiding overlap. Structure your rooms. Easy. Some data to work with a unique name or ID. Position. A parent reference. List of children, right? For your existing pages, you might start out with a flat list, no connections yet, then break them into smaller rooms to find the relationship as you go. Assign depths. Add room button. Saving positions. Uh, but maybe I'm overthinking it too. If I don't use a script to auto place rooms and instead just manually place them as I wish, and then save the scene, a scene, a special editor scene called editor map scene. It's automatically saved position and all, correct? Sometimes the simplest approach is the best, and you might be overthinking it a bit. Yeah, you know what? I might be overthinking it a bit, right? Okay. So really, what I might want to do is I might want to still have an add button, a remove button, um, and I might want some way of connecting rooms to automatically add doors and save it as a JSON. That might work. I could also, well, that I don't need to do that because a node 2D already has a 2D position in space. Yeah. Redot being a fork, scenes are designed to store node properties like position, rotation, and scale automatically when you save. So if you create a scene with your layout tool, add panels for whatever nodes represent your rooms to it, drag them around manually to where you want them, then save the scene. Redot records each panel's exact position in the tscene file. Uh, the next time you open the editor map, everything reloads exactly where you left it, positions and all. No scripting required for placement or persistence. Like using Redot as a visual editor for your choose your own adventure map. Okay. No code needed, full control, visual feedback, scales naturally. Things to keep in mind. Scene structure. Organisms hierarchically before start overlap. Mainly ensure rooms don't overlap, but it's easy. That's easy with drag and drop. Adding rooms, no button needed. Okay, so yeah, but this is not. Well, partly because each room is not an actual scene. I could do it this way if I want to, though. But each room is a JSON file. So the loader loads up the JSON. Oh yes, that means I actually need. I see. So that would mean that even though editor map saves the rooms in specific positions, uh, each time I had to load up a room via JSON, it would be reset to 0, which means I probably need a position saved in the JSON file. Which might negate need for JSON, since I can do it with a scene node. Shifts things a bit. Before I was just like, I want to do this on JSON. I don't want to do this as tscene files because I'd have to make every tscene file, and I just basically done that already. I'd have to have code to resave them all as tscene files. Your JSON's your jam. Go with option 1. Add X and Y to your JSON files in a small save script that keeps your current system and solves the reset problem. You can still use the editor map as a working space. The JSON files remain your source of truth. Simplicity wins. Go with option 2. Convert the scene, stitch JSON, and let Redot do the heavy lifting. Well, The problem is that these are already existing room files, since I had a lot of text to load. That's the uh, that's the whole reason I did that in the first place, because I could just write out the text, which I did with a Python script, into JSON objects, parse them, and load them up. With making them scenes, I actually do already have code to load them as a scene. Making them scenes, so if I'm in the editor map and I'm messing with the scenes files, if I modify the scenes, if I modify the positions, I need to be able to save that back. I have to manually create them, enter in the text, and then create the door nodes and etc. But with JSON, it makes it automatic. So I'll probably stick with JSON. However, I do need to save their positions. I had a lot of text to load. That's the whole reason I did that. Nice. And actually, I just thought of something too. I could have a separate file, separate text file or whatever that has this metadata that's not the room data, because you won't see the room data, you won't see this metadata, you won't see the positioning in the game. You only see it in the editor. Um, let's see. Well, I may have not have gotten progress today, but I did actually kind of make some progress because I figured out what I can do. Got it. The context makes sense since you already got a bunch of existing room files. Definitely practical automates your text, which saves you the hard manually. The only after you drag them around the editor, you got JSON files. Your reader loads these, creates panels, places them at. You want to manually position that and save those positions. Solution save positions. Extend JSON with the position. Update your JSON files to include X and Y fields. They don't have them yet. Default them to 0. Tweak your Python script out of these existing or handle Redot when saving. Load JSON as usual. Manual layout. Drag the panels. Save positions. A simple save mechanism. Create a button or key. Right. Attach a script to that. Loops through all the panels. Updates the room position. Reload. Making it work practically. Identify rooms. For a start, rough idea. Folder sync. When you add decisions, you can extend the JSON further. Your loader can ignore doors for now. You manually place go left and go right panels. Later, you would draw lines based on doors data. Okay, and I just thought of one other thing. Would it be prudent to save this position data in a separate but linked file like a metadata file, for instance, room 004 at JSON, and the metadata would be something like room 004 meta.json, which holds editor specific values. Since you don't actually see this layout in game, okay, let's see what it says. This is funny though, because I didn't actually get anything done, but instead I did sort of get something done. But it also means I'm gonna have to rename my files, which is not, like I said, not a big deal because I can get a Python script even though I'm not actually really writing the Python scripts myself, and I can still figure out how to do that myself. But really, all I would do is copy paste information from other tutorials and or existing script files just to be able to do it, myself. And having Grok or an AI do it for me is just makes it quicker. You know, I know it means that I don't necessarily learn Python real well. I know programming in general, but I mean, but at the same time, if you're just trying to get a result, it might be good. So let me read what this says before I finish up for today. That's a sharp idea. Separating the position data into linked metadata file for game content is a prudent move, especially since the layout is only for the editor, not the actual game. It keeps your core room data clean, focus on gameplay while isolating editor specific stuff like positions. Let's explore why this makes sense and how you could set it up. Why it's a good idea. Separation of concerns. Room 004.json holds game critical data, text choices, etc., while room 4 meta handles editor only data, XY positions. This keeps your game logic independent of editor tools. Cleaning your game data in game, you don't need it. Layout positions, they're irrelevant to the player. Loading only the room JSON avoids cluttering your runtime with unused metadata. Flexibility. If you later add more editor specific settings like zoom level, color coding, they can live in the metadata file without touching the game data. Safety. In the metadata file, it gets lost or corrupted, your core room data remains intact and usable. How it could work. Here's a practical way to structure it. Core room file, stay as is. Use this in JSON with the gameplay data. Name, forest start. Text, you're in a forest. What do you do? Later, you'll add doors or similar choices, but no position data here. Metadata file, room data. New file linked by name holding editor specific values, 0, 0. Simple key value pairs for now, just X and Y. Loading in the editor. Your loader scans the room's folder for JSON, ignoring the meta for now. For each room, it creates a panel, checks for matching data meta JSON. If the meta file exists, it sets the panel's position from X and Y. If not, it defaults to 0, 0, manual layout. Drag panels around in editor map as before. So add a save function, button or hotkey. Probably, I think I'd want to do a button, so I'd add a button for each panel. It gets position.x and position.y, write or overwrite the matching meta.json with x, leave the core room 004.json untouched, reload editor, loader reads room 4 JSON for content, room 004 meta.json for position, places the panel accordingly. Example in action. Files, okay, load, yeah, that's actually, I like that. Right. Pros and cons. Keeps game data lean and portable. Editor metadata can grow without uploading game files. Easy to ignore metadata in game. Just load the base JSON. Cons. More files to manage. One per room. Doubles to 2. That's fine. So complexity in the loader. Check for a second file, but it's minimal. Does it fit? Feels like an actual extension of JSON workflow. Python script already generates the core files. You could leave as is. Let Redot handle the creating meta when you save positions in your game. Your runtime loader only reads the core files, ignoring the metadata entirely. It's prudent because it future-proofs your editor tools without messing with your existing automation. You're not seeing this layout in game anyway, so isolating the metadata makes total sense. Next steps, test it. Try with one room, move its panel, save script. You'll need a small Redot script to write the meta files, loop panels, folder setup. This will do it for today. While I didn't get any actual work done on the game itself, I do now have a clear idea of what to do for tomorrow. Thank you. We'll talk to you again later. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Awesome to see the pieces come together. Okay. Good deal. So I won't have that much to say in my recording, but yeah, anyways. Okay, so I am going to go ahead while I'm streaming here, instead of just quitting automatically, I'm going to go ahead and do my little daily recording, my daily progress report. And so for the next update, which is what, 31 or something, I think 31 is going to be the next update. Anyways, yeah, so let me do the recording and then I will then end the stream. Okay, so well, today is Monday, April 7th, 2025, and I did not get any actual work done today, but what I did do is I figured out how I want to do the loading. I don't know if you remember from the last time. Now this is, okay, so this is actually how I wanted it to load up when it loads up. And the wider it gets, the more the tree kind of expands like this ways. And I was trying to get Grok to help me write it, and let's reload the save scene because this is where I moved him. Reload save scene, and this is its placement dealing. And so I needed to maintain the parent-child relationship and still separate the branches out and stuff. And so I was having a hard time getting it to do that. Each time it would do it different, weirdly. It wouldn't take things into account. I'm sure that if I continued on working on it, I'd eventually be either myself or with the AI or some other AI, I would be able to get it to do what I want. But I realized I was kind of overthinking it. Like I was doing in the beginning where I had the two windows and I was going to do the separate choice window and all this stuff. I was going, I don't need to do this at this stage. At this stage, it doesn't need to be that complex. I just need one thing that shows you your choices and then the ability to choose your choices. And that's what I did. So I'm kind of doing the same thing here. I don't need to do all this stuff because what happens is, once I place this scene, right? Now this saves the position. So then, and I got into a discussion with Grok about doing this thing, how to visualize it, how to place them, right? Because I was thinking, well, how do I place them all? And then it was saying, and then I was thinking, I guess I could just revert back to using scenes because it saves all the position of the scenes, and then, but I have this whole like narrative, right? I have all these lines of text that I needed to turn into scenes, which I did turn into the JSON files, right? So basically, I can save this, and if so I was thinking if I save this ways, and I don't have any automatic replacement, it would save, and then it would be in this position. But it won't be in this position because I have, when I load the scenes, I'm loading JSON files, and then it places them into the scene. So that kind of doesn't really work for like placing stuff and then saving it because it would just end up resetting it. So then I thought, I am what I should do then is I can still use the JSON files because I had all this text, and I didn't want to go into individual Redot scenes because it's kind of tedious. You go in there, you have to place the doors, and um, you have to type in the text. Not that I won't be doing that for individual rooms anyways when I start adding rooms, but um, to be able to have all the stuff, I still needed that there. So what I needed to do is I need to save the position, right? So I could save the position in the here. Let's just do this test one. So I could save the position in here, right? It's got an ID. It's got the parent ID, and it's got the name, the actual name. It's got the it's got this text here, right? First test, hit if you wish to go to the next room. Then it's got the door, right? The door which leads to the next destination, right? So I could put the X and Y in there, but then I thought, you're not going to be seeing this in the game. You're not going to be seeing any of this editor stuff in the game. You're just seeing it in the editor. So why not save it as a separate metadata file? And it can also be JSON. And that way, if I want to add more stuff to the editor to make it easier for me to make rooms and place rooms, I could save the X and Y position in there, and then I could have a little button or hotkey that would. Actually, I thought of a button, but Grok suggested a hotkey as well, so I could use it as a hotkey. But I think I'd do a button anyways. But use a button to save it. What it would do is it would go through and save each of the positions in this metadata file, which would have the extension like underscore meta right at the end. And so I was thinking, you know, I can keep this metadata, this editor data, separate from the room data. The room would still run up, would still run as normally. Here, let's go to. I guess I can just run it because it'll save it. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. But you see how I got this here? This is just text, is all it is, right? This 3D thing is because eventually it's going to be in 3D space, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. I just wanted to put this in early. In fact, I'm going to do some stuff to actually add graphics and text. I'm going to do some of that a little bit early um, as I go along. But anyways, so I hit 1 to start, and it goes to the next page. And we'll go to test room because this is the test room I added. You're not seeing the layout stuff anyways. The door info is in the JSON file. So I'm going, okay, so what I'm going to do starting tomorrow is, how long has this been going on? This recording is like over 6 minutes. Oh man. I might leave it as the full 6 minutes. I don't know. Um, or maybe I'll just edit it down to a certain extent. Anyways, so yeah, so what I'll do is I'll have a little button here. I'll place these wherever I want to put them. I'll hit save. It's going to go iterate through the rooms, all the room nodes here. And then it's going to save the position in the meta file. And then the next time I reload the scene, or when I reload it, I'll have a script. And the script here, the editor map script, will come in and it will see if the metadata file is there. If it is, then it's going to place the node positions in the right place, and that way I can save everything. I can lay it out like I want to, and it does mean I have to lay out everything manually, but it's not really a big a deal. I just do it the way I want to do it, and I can visualize it. I can put them in any place I want to, because later on I'm going to have lines that will go to each of the rooms, to each of the children, and so you'll see it as kind of this branch tree structure. But yeah, so I just kind of solved my problem of how I'm going to do the layout thing, and like I was overthinking it, like having it automatically space it out and stuff. I could still do that eventually, but that's just a bunch of extra work I don't need to do right now. All I need is I need a layout tool. I'm going to have an add room button. I'm going to have a remove room button, and then I'm going to place it, and it'll save the position of the rooms in this file, and then we'll go from there. Sounds like problem solved, so keep your fingers crossed. I might even edit the room, everything in the editor for that matter. I might could attach a, you know, input an input node into the editor panel, right? Where you can manually change the name and the description if you want, and the choices and the doors and everything. Anyways, we'll get to that later. So yeah, that's what pretty much what I did today was just nothing, but at the same time, it got me back on course, and now I know what to do starting tomorrow. And starting tomorrow, I'll make some actual progress on the game. So yeah, thanks, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so that was actually I don't know, that was like 7 or 8 minutes long, which is normally the time for my whole update. So I'm gonna have to voraciously edit that and cut out large chunks of unnecessary things there. But anyways, I want to thank you all for listening, watching, popping in, popping out, whatever, and we'll see this game get made here slowly but surely. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Thank you for watching.